Alright guys, welcome back to Gilded Gaming and Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. We are in the, I guess, post main story expansion territory 4.1 MSQ, which I believe we're going to start tonight. We've been working on raiding like Evilise and Omega, but maybe we'll do some expansion content tonight. Or some more story, I mean. So let's go check that out. Let's see where the story is going to go now that we've liberated 2 whole countries from the Empire. I'm sure they're not going to just lay down and take that, right? And we have a box. Here we go.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The reach is
The benefit of the main story missions over like Evilise having a lot of talking is they're voice acted.
Aye, aye, Commander.
There you are. I've been searching all over for you. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
It's kind of my thing, right? Yeah.
After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not?
Excuse you, I'm still an adventurer.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
What are our roots? Taking on primals?
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Or it just means our adventuring roots. Hey, Karanova. Twist my arm, why don't you? So, hey, Minus, hey, Nova. How's it going, guys? We, might do some 4.1 today. You said last time there's gonna be a dungeon in here somewhere, right? Right then. Let's go and find Master Levier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte. We'll be along shortly. See you there. Now we gotta go wait by the Aetheryte. How you guys doing tonight? You been having a good week? Only got 2 more work days before I get to just play Mass Effect for a week. It's gonna be amazing. People have started to stream it on YouTube and probably on Twitch. I haven't checked, but I assume on Twitch and stuff. Like, some people have the game early. Lucky bastards. Oh, I'm excited. And one of the Bioware guys posted that they were trying to work out the whole DMCA thing with Warner Brothers, so they'd stop claiming every video with an ounce of the music in it, because they want people to stream the game just as much as we want to stream it. And no one has it early, huh? Yeah, some people have it early. Let's see. Yeah, he streamed 2 hours of it today. He streamed 2 hours of it today. This person's live with it right now on YouTube. Yeah, some people have it. You watched a streamer play Mass Effect 3 and you may have talked him into playing Film Shep? Well, what other Shepherd is there? Greetings, Elheim. It would seem we are to accompany Ehrenwald on some manner of escapade. Do you have any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. An unquietly brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rogger's Reach being burned to the ground. The only reason you ever played Mailship was to romance Tali? That's like the only reason to play Mailship. I'm a little biased. Female Shepherd's just better. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods put to the death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventures are to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. Yeah, was it Linda Hale, I think? Jennifer Hale? Oh, what was it? I think it was Hale, right? It's been a while. I think it's Jennifer Hale. Yeah, Jennifer Hale. Yeah, she's amazing. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known and others may surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems? Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that. A legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into the decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. You have earned the emote box, as I should. All right. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. We hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ehrenwald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere, so we probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized by the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked in the palace as servants and officials in Theodric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnvold, pray try your luck on the fringes and the peaks while Elheim makes rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Aha! There I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it then. We can meet afterwards at Galbard's Gate. I see you, Nova. That's a pretty cool outfit. Looking pretty good. Alright. Let's see. Vertu. The Alamegan quarter, apparently. Astrogen level 70 job gear. Well, it looks cool. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed far away from the palace as possible. If you guys want, since everybody's here, we could queue up for the next Omega thing while I'm doing this. If it's going to take like 5 or 10 minutes for the queue, you know. I'm about to hit a dungeon? Oh, never mind then. Oh, we're going to go after the Mad King's treasure for a dungeon, huh? That sounds fun. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Why, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only seen his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. I served at the pleasure of the King Theodric, and I lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by I didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If your hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. I am interested in getting to. I want to fight Kefka. And I assume Kefka is not the next boss, but the one after it in Omega. Yes, I am Ernold. What do you want with me? Also, if the first part of Omega was Final Fantasy V and the second part was 6, is the third part 7? That could be interesting. You would have me dredge up some undecidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodric's paranoia and public execution of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. Resulting monstrosities were cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If other of Theodric's blood were prone to share his madness, it may happen as a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. And if it was 7, I feel like if it was 7, then the final boss would have to be Sephiroth, and I feel like I would have heard if Sephiroth was a raid boss. But at the same time, I've also, I think, heard that at least one of the weapons, like Ruby or Emerald or Diamond or something, is a raid boss. I could see that. I don't know. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I've scoured the Imperial record for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It's just possible, I suppose, that the corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely, since that so valuable a find would stay secret for so long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. What of you, Alheim? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters, and what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of accursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Elheim? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that doesn't credence to the tale. I'm not sure how that helps much in a search. I'll be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may be able to have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Arnvold, you spoke of a light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive of this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it. But you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Damn. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, and worse. Best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall, and it was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me to the company of Scions. I tell you this so you understand, I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a mealy crust of bread with Theodric's gold. I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnvold, and I apologize. That could not have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Alheim, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnvold's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Of course. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory of the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you're minded to hear it. Healing, casting, aiming, slaying, fending. The Mad King's Trove. Actually, mayhap it would be better if I first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case of a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, which is certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene to the southern edge of Loch Seld. Okay. So it looks like 4.1 is just a fun little jaunt into a dungeon to get like a treasure hoard. Maybe the end of it will be some kind of cutscene that leads to a wider story, but for the most part it just seems like a fun little adventure. Forgive me, it was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Stormblood calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise. Having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many other Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. However, we have certain advantages which they did not. Elheim, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Okay. Gotta show off our swimming ability again. Our new thing. Is it shift or is it control? Control. I just had to be farther in, I guess. Well, that looks promising. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, Mass Effect preloads available. They're preloaded after the stream is over. Oh. There's like a whole little castle town under here, but I'm not sure exactly where we're trying to go. I guess I probably have a mark on the map. Of course I do. You discover a passage. It appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. I forgot I can mount up under here. I've just been swimming around slowly. You showing off your mount, huh? Doing good. Okay, down the entrance. Eldheim, it's Alphino. We've searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you ought to report? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Come on now, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Drowned City of Scala. Alright. Insta-Q! Love it. Okay. I get a good look around. Alright. First boss. Kelpie. Nice. talking much tonight, am I? I don't know what to say about the water horse. Reminds me of, you know, a Nightmare or Firemane from Final Fantasy XII or Ixion or Seahorse. Seems pretty straightforward so far. All right. Private door unopened. Okay. Okay. Not quite yet. Alright. Next boss. This guy looks familiar. What do I recognize this from? Was this an earlier boss? Or is this from a Final Fantasy game and I'm not remembering which one? wrong vehicle. So that the last boss, why does he look so familiar? I've definitely seen him somewhere. Can't place it. God, it's so slow. I think I'm slower than everybody else on this thing. I won't let me use dash or anything. Ew, that's a good picture. Look at this guy. Poison tongue. Roderick. Alright. This red line, do I want to be close to you or far away from you? It's over now. Oh, well, shit. Everybody beat up Nova. Do we have a way to get the healer back up? You got this, Nova. Oh, shit. Die, man. Almost got him. Ha! Who needs a healer? Yeah, it was a gaze attack. I'm horrible at gaze attacks, dude. I always miss those. Sorry, Nova.
Oh, bugger it.
Are you all right?
Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you? Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
That painting, though.
Terrible, aye.
The best character.
Their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Kind of reminds me of breaking into the palace in Rabanastre at the beginning of Final Fantasy XII. Oh, that's quite the treasure trove. This painting, though. Is this the Mad King?
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Why has no one told me about that hair? It's a damage buff. Oh, okay. Is that something your class is doing? Arnvald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of the Mountain of Riches. What like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Elheim. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that's all that matters. You tell him, buddy. All jesting aside, we must tell the people the good news. I think Lise should be the first. Seconded. There's to be a meeting of representatives from across all Amigos, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Alright. You guys want to queue up for, what was it, the Guardian? Or whatever? Sigmascape V3. Not sure what the Guardian is from Final Fantasy VI. We fought what? We fought the Phantom Train and the painting. Okay. One sec. Okay. And I had this sausage for dinner, and that is spicy. Yep. No. Okay. Let's just queue us up. Oh, nope. Nope, cancel. I didn't turn off the other one. There we go. Oh, yeah, I gotta repair my gear. No. Well, I guess it would have been closer. Whatever. Called Dragon Sight. Grants you left eye and part of your choice right eye. Oh, so it's like Nidhogg's eyes, basically. That's cool. Alright, so let's see, what's our queue say? Less than 5 minutes? Doesn't take long. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start talking to Lise. We may have to repeat this, but... Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise. Pretty sure you're gonna like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Elheim and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote to go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arnvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you would assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for all the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw on a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Oh, they want what's her face?
Bring her out! Bring her out!
I don't think this is the last we've seen of her. They're not going to kill her off.
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then. The bitch really is in there. I knew it. I bloody knew it. We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that. We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down.
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
It's kind of hard to argue with these people.
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well.
Robon's ready to take over the country here.
That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees.
Robon for king! And then Nanamo's gonna come down here and be like, I need you in Ul'dah. Like,
but I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth.
Robon's really gone from like gruff former general to like politician.
Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Hey, Flaps, by the way.
I know you're right, I do, but I can't.
Hey, we made it through talking without it queuing. All right, let's keep trying. Robon's definitely putting in his best foot forward to become leader here. My thanks, Robon. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. It's a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. And it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often. Someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls have even sought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before they've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugees, leaders, and oh, it's time to do Sigmascape V3! Alright. Anything I need to know about this next boss? Zagadian? Whoever that is. I don't remember him from Final Fantasy VI. Never remember this one. Must not be memorable. That's Ultros. Wait, oh, that's a bunch of different Final Fantasy VI bosses. The Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs. Try to keep track of which does what. Oh, so he's gonna switch between a bunch of different runner-up bosses, I guess. They couldn't choose. I saw what, like Vargas and Ultros and I'm not even sure. Magitech Ray. This just being like Magitech armor right now. Okay. Refractive plasma. Okay. Tentacle stimulation. So this is going to be Ultras now? But he just like summons up abilities from those bosses, sort of. Interesting. It doesn't like change form, it's just a robot that has powers from... Oh, there's Ultras over there. What's up, bud? He's hovering over here. Eidolon combat program. Okay. That one's here. Air Force combat. This is literally just like a Final Fantasy VI enemy smorgasbord boss. Weird. Oh, we got some missiles coming in from the sides. The same spot. Missiles are really slow. I assume the next fight in this raid is going to be Kafka. Oh, we need 3 people. There's one under him. Oh, Biblios. Biblios. I guess Biblios is 5. Bibliotech. Add one again. Did we go through all of those options already? Oh. Shit. Seems like an easier boss than some of the other ones we fought in here. The healers don't seem to be having any trouble. Alright. That's for that guy. That explains why I always forgot him. He was kind of forgettable. I mean, it's like they couldn't decide what the last boss should be for this one, so they're just like, yeah, let's just throw all these ones at him. Alright. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. And this is what passes for a straightforward battle in here. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine. Assuming it was real, the room of the Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and mechanical arts. It's truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. All right, how do we beat Kefka? Test World of Ruin. Nice. This is it. The final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We've put together a profile for your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here, but this time you'll see and just have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka. He's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling isn't just bringing the house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in tragedies of others and condemned countless thousands to death at his own amusement. I'm not going to mention the fact that, like, he had the power of the Warring Triad, who we've already fought. I like tanking. That's always been my favorite. That a jester should bring such misery, it is almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over the Shattered World is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? Jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions in a jester position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where it begins to get interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you with this strategy? So is he gonna like bait and switch us with the wrong mechanics or something? Like what's gonna happen in here? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There's no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what predictions you need and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh. If the attack has question marks in the indicators, do the opposite. Gotcha. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild. New lives will always be born. A fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there's no mention of who uttered the reply. In life, there is always hope. How predictably forthright of you. I'm sure it was a hero much like yourself who gave the original response. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Nero is this world's version of Kefka. Alright. What you got, Alpha? Quack. Alpha is clearly poised to spring into action. You may enter Sigmascape version 4 whenever you're ready. Alright. Go ahead and queue us up for this. We can continue what we're doing. Less than 5 minutes is what it says. Play Paladin and Walker? I mean, I could. We have to do a lot of leveling, though. You enjoy leveling? When it comes to leveling, I don't know. You'll essentially just be running dungeons over and over again. Kind of looking forward to getting to the end of this, seeing all of the story, and then playing some World of Warcraft too. We'll see. Yeah. I think I'm already putting as much time into the game per week that I want to at the moment. My thanks, Robon. Listen to their anger. I could feel myself being swept away. It's a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over, and all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Okay, we've already read this part. Speaking of next week, or this coming week, I'm still planning on doing Final Fantasy on Sunday and Wednesday, but all the other streams are going to be Mass Effect. But I'm still planning on doing Final Fantasy at the normal times. So, there's that. Let's catch back up to where we were. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We even invited the Ananta and the Kikirin to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fodola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt the proceedings. Then let us execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why you wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone else who collaborated? And everyone who didn't resist? There'd be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fredola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk with her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fredola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Okay. You've the commander's permission to enter then.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Now, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless, relentless, you'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Uh-oh.
Fadola, we mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Your parents just stood there and didn't say anything?
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of Arn.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Father, I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Oh shit.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Shit.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
What are they planning on doing for Dola? They're giving us so much backstory to explain why she is the way she is. Are they going to do a Ferdola redemption arc?
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Oh, she's seeing our history now. She has like the artificial echo.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How?
MSQ's long, huh?
Why?
It's a good thing we're doing these quests. For those I've lost, and for those I can yet save. Nice.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
What are they planning on doing with Fordola? She clearly has more story after this. I'm just trying to figure out what it could be. Are we somehow going to, like, pardon Fordola and have her become a scion or something? She does sort of have the echo now. Man, that'd be a twist. I don't feel like she can really stay in Alamigo. Like, people are not going to forgive her. I don't know. We'll see. Still waiting on that queue. Wait time's average is up to 15 minutes. We've been waiting for 17. What? Yeah, definitely this is the way to do it. Queue up and do quests. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Just like that, I have returned. Better than before. You know, I got a new mic, which I gotta get set up. Like, there's nothing wrong with this mic, but me and Des are gonna get like a kind of like a 2 mic setup for when she's on the stream with me. And this mic we're gonna replace with like a even better mic, and then this one will be like the co-host mic. All right. Be good. All right, let's see if we can get some more done before this Kefka fight comes through. I don't know that we've solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I found something to think about too. I don't know about you, Elheim, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who's been artificially imbued with it? Well, she can't control it. Well, the immortal flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go pay him a visit, shall we? Echoes of an echo. Interesting. Alright. Oh, I didn't try out my new emote either. Oh, it was like boxing. We're gonna get them out. Well, you know, let's just stick it right here for now. We'll check it out. How much longer could it be for this queue, right? Watch, the rest of the stream we're going to be queued for Kefka. It's just going to keep getting longer. No one dare fight Kefka. He's just too imposing. General Alden is inside. Aye. Would you be joining him? Yeah, sure. Right. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the echo normally works. If we found anything here, it might explain why she's so different for her. And we've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Here? Yeah. The device in which Kryle was oh, there we go. It's time for Kefka. Hey, Des. I'm not gonna finish this because I want to read it. Full party. Hey, Des. It's a raid boss? Kefka. Yeah. I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. Oh, the laugh. Okay. Ooh, the music! Although, slightly sad is not dancing mad. Let's dance, bud. Question marks. Question marks means stand in it, yeah? Yeah, okay. Question marks, got it. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Oh. Never mind, there's the dancing mad. I was gonna say, how could they not, right? Okay, so the other pieces of Kefka fight. Oh shit. The hell? Well, there went most of the group. We get to enjoy the music now. They gonna try and bring this back? Nova's up. Dust is up. Paradise is up. We got both tanks and both healers up. Well, no, Nova's down. Big green orb made by the statue knocks back from its location. Good to know, Ines. It looks like we're getting people back up. We got both healers, we got both tanks, we've got at least one DPS. Here comes the most important person. Speaking of a big green orb. I can't believe we didn't wipe on that. Are you still my dancing partner after you both died? I think so. Is this dancing partner? Close position, yeah, okay, good. Oh. What's the white light? They're one of our healers thing, maybe. Raven image. Flagrant fire. Oh shit! There's a knockback again. Damn. Me and White Paradise got tricked by that one. Need this effect to go off. Oh, we're already up to the goddess. So he did this move last time, and then I got knocked off. So like, where am I supposed to stand? Right here? Okay. So he just pushes you away from him after he teleports. Hyperdrive, that's a good accessory. Vulnerability up. Like a look away I missed or something. Ultimate upsurge. And done. Goodbye, Kefka. I'm the Sigma, I'm the Omega. Nice. Alright. 2/3 of Omega complete. So in Extreme or whatever, I assume you actually fight actual like final boss Kefka instead of just having it off to the side. Oh, okay, you fight the divine holy Kefka at the top. Okay, yeah. Cool beans. See if I can get wind up Kefka. Nova DC. Oh no. Oh yeah, I see the little symbol. Oh god. He's viewing a cutscene. I wonder what cutscene. Yeah, it was pretty good, Dancing Mad. I liked it. When it started up and it wasn't playing Dancing Mad, I was like, oh, that's disappointing. That's a missed opportunity. Then it got a little bit into the fight and it started playing. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense. These things, we're just gonna wait for these bars to empty out so I can get my wind-up Kefka doll. He's just like smacking him with a broom. I'm a new boxing emote. Let's go, let's go, Nova. Come on, let's go. Come on. Give me more wind-up doll. My obligatory take a moment to check Twitter to see if I can play Mass Effect. Either he casts a beam directly in front of him, or he waits and casts a knockback. So we stand to the sides in case he shoots the beam, and then once we know it's a knockback, we move to the front of him. Gotcha. Okay. I was wondering why everybody stood to the sides, because that seemed like the worst place to stand for the knockback. I didn't realize there was another option. Damn it! The person with the broom got the wind-up Kefka. Shame. That's it, isn't it? She won. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find Elheim. The hell? Hero? Oh, hey, Karanova. Sorry to hear that, bud. Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You'd say that. We had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Omega, damn it. Should never have left you alone, not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail behind you. Like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. It was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated those foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero, save your strength. I'll fetch Elheim and Alpha, then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours to do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. What are they foreshadowing there? Like, I kind of never expect anything big to happen in raids because they're not required. You know? But, I don't know. That was a little ominous. It's Midgar server. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Elheim Gilded. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuations in values, it is possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction: placing subjects in mortal peril will facilitate the correction of desired data. The collection of desired data. The shit. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt escape at the with every last reserve of your strength you possess. Code. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious, 'twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, it is truly the extent of thine evolution. I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence and judged that my guidance here is no longer needed. Okay. Hello. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at last. So be it. Such a death becometh thee not. I used the power of friendship. Didn't have to lift a finger. Although we may have killed Midgardsormr. To slumber shall I betake me for it. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I'll leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgardsormr, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel, thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which, by thine own admission, defieth thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire. Trust to the results of thine experiments, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Oh, I'm Alpha. I need your help. It's Nero. He's... Yeah, we almost died over here too. It would seem we all have a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Okay. Madam, the chief has already departed for Rauger's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient, and by that she means now. Generally. Hawthorne Hunt. Oh, no. Go ahead and turn this in. I think we'll probably save the third chunk of Omega for Sunday with Karanova's laptop overheating. I don't know how well he's gonna do. Is your laptop okay, Karanova? Elheim, I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own two eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Kefka just overheated it, huh? Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence, and he's putting on a brave face, but I've seen his injuries. I'm surprised he's kept going for as long as he did. The Chirurgeons confined him to the bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgardsormr is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jesse, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what's happened and about what lies ahead. Quack. Poor thing, he seems worried. Thank you for trying to save me. Quack. I mean, he threw a frog at the shield, but, you know, he tried. Well, I got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right. Much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have our work to do. Sooner or later, we're gonna have to face Omega itself. We've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready for when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are. In the beginning, there was chaos. Oh, is it gonna be Final Fantasy 1? We're gonna fight like Tiamat and Kraken and Lich and Merilith? Like Chaos is the final boss of Final Fantasy 1. I was like going, is it gonna be 7? Because you know 5, 6, 7. Well, now I gotta find out. Let's just take a peek. Good timing, Elheim. There's been another anomaly detected at the Yawn. Assuming the previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss things with Master Garland. You should be here soon. The chief should be here by now. Bet my stock in the company is fiddling with that research data. Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Non Garland's legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father and the Emperor's preeminent engineer. The incident at Bazja Citadel, do you know of it? Never heard of it. Bazja was an imperial fortress city. It was there that Midas constructed the lunar transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalamud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy primals, and so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure. Oh, he succeeded in controlling Dalamud, all right, but the immense energies emitted from the satellite vaporized not only the transmitter, but the entire town in which it was built. As you can imagine, the job of shifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief has nothing to do with the lunar transmitter or the data used to create it until now. I think he means to put the research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me, Elheim. The chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that. I'm pretty sure I've heard the word Bazja thrown around a lot in regards to, like, a Shadowbringers raid. But that's all I know. Sorry I'm late. I was a little too focused on my work and I lost all sense of time. That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the Yawn with Elheim here. Good, then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with this test. Shall we go and knock on the door? But Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work yet, and the Chirurgeons give Nero strict orders to stay abed. And what of Midgar Sormer? Still taking his nap, is he? That leaves only you, Elheim, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I join the expedition. No, Jesse, I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that needs you to put the finishing touch together. I've drawn up the design and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities. A new device? Does this mean that you've used the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there. right. Back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself. Okay. So I can grab this. Let's go ahead and get the savage version of this. Alright, cool. Sigmascape Savage. Spiffy. Let's come down here. Okay. All right. Yeah, that quest name has got me interested because it's like, are we gonna be fighting the classic fiends? That'd be kind of cool. Are you ready, Elheim? I'm ready to put an end to this. There's no room for hesitation. We press on and continue what may. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? Quack, quack, quack. That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we? Didn't say anything about a duty this time. The first 2/3 of it had to have a duty before it started. Hey, Omega. Ooh, the final egg. What's on the front of it? Can't tell yet. We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. It could be the temple from part 1. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier supposition. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, our 4 Psi group combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come to the last round of testing then, and should we win this battle, are we to finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty and integrate the said qualities into my own arsenal. I will be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Omitting intermediary steps. Evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous. Proceeding immediately to its final experiment. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence amongst these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onwards. Alpha's role in the transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I have no intention of leaving him behind. Companion. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority becomes redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He should be more accurately described as bait. Test subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm, the first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based his incarnation upon the most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of its contradiction. I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times, yet the results never deviated from the estimated projections. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead upon stimulating powerful opponents and summon mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory and implanted a compulsion to return to me, and then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required, a function he has performed with adequate competence. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness. The same limitless conviction which has allowed weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose to your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soulless calculations. Come, Elheim. Let's be on our way. You too, Alpha. Harm? What do we have here? Looks like a throne room. I have our base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us a basic profile. Your opponent's name is Chaos. The first heroes defeated this evil in a conflict that took place so long ago, I'm having trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the denizens of the Sigmascape, in which case it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What is certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. They promise this to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fighting Omega itself. Interesting. So saying we fight Chaos and then we fight Omega, but then there's like still 2 fights left, right? Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Elheim. You will be my assistant. You're bothered by what Omega said earlier? You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say this is not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. Quit. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders, and if you could take charge of that, then it would be most helpful. Wasn't it salt water? Quah. Tis inconvenient without Midgar Stormer here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win the next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh? Okay. Nice. Alright, so that's set up in the duty finder. Like I said, I think we're gonna save Alpha for Sunday. There's still 4 more things, right? So yeah. The Chaos, Omega, and then what? That's... I guess it depends on what happens when you find Omega. Or if Omega really keeps his word about the next fight being him. Yep, back to 4.1 we go. See what's gonna happen to Fordola in this little Alamigo conference. Will you be going inside, miss? Yes, I will. Says where we were when the thing popped. The device in which Cryo was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pots are marked supply subject, while this one bears the label master subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Do you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the aether of the occupants, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Interesting. So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any sign of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perish from forcible aether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated, Elheim. Shall we start with you? Taken in combination with the testimonies of Cryo and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with aether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryle, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer their candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryle's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryle is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. Damn. You don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, the sail was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hresvelger's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those lives she's destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We still have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can from these godforsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. So she's just constantly reliving the memories of all the people she terrorized. Good. Yeah, they're definitely setting Fordola up for something. I don't know what, though. I feel like they're going to try and make her a scion, but I just don't know how they're going to justify that. I go looking for answers about the Echo, and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's not his homeland. No, I mean, it is his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? It's a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah or to start again in the land of their birth. Helheim, a moment. I am newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. Pippin's such a badass. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino. But not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Elhan. We gotta go see the Sultana, huh? Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Ironvald? I am at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down to the ruins and start preparing for a big meeting. Oh, send 9MO my regards, Elheim. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Alright. I think we're heading back to Ul'dah. I assume we're going... Yeah. Charge the throne room with weapons drawn. What could go wrong? It's not like I've ever been accused of assassinating her before. You are expected, my lady. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
See you later, Nova.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
We're gonna take the Sultan on a date.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Oh, let's see her disguise. Outside the quicksand, okay. No, not the first time she snuck out. His name is not a small boy. Oh yes, no one would ever think that that's the Sultana. Perchance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papashan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. and that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people of all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Gilded. I don't remember what my starting city was anymore. Limsa Lamensa on this character. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thenland's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hands of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamago, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, blame falls upon me. You've done your best, Your Grace. Then my best has not been good enough. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Where's she wanting to go? Over here, okay. Oh, did I start as a black mage? Okay, well there you go. I don't even remember. You're right, I did, didn't I? Been a while, man, what can I say? We've switched jobs a couple times. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanland when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the Monetarists, we could have only brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne to do as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price for my naivete. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the Monetarists' damnable games. Forgive me my outbursts. You are one of the few people with whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Black Mage. Yeah, we got up to 21 thaumaturge, huh? Oh, in the Colosseum? Let's just... Yeah, we're only level 15 gladiator. That'd be quite a lot of leveling. Not that we couldn't do it, but you know. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed wherever I was told and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter of my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and to my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he one day would offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raban is a man of his word, and though it took him another 5 years to fight on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. Oh, get the memory. Nice.
You mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
A little run.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raban!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of any grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. He was the only edge I could cut the strings that bound me. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's swarm for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzenith Ossuary. Armitage Guild. Wait, the sword. When the calamity threatened, Graban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Sois would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessings of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling the duties of Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Elheim. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan's school in Ralger's Reach, for any who wish to learn the new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Nothing? Not even one of your worldly experiences at a loss. It would seem I have no choice but to seek out someone more well-versed in monetary matters. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Mandeville? Oh, God. Well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Oh, God, we gotta go to the Gold Saucer? I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. I guess I just go to the Gold Saucer. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We didn't come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Get to the top floor. One, Karanova, I think you're typing into the chat there, bud. Trying to move around? I don't know what that was. Cleaning the keyboard. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Should we sit while we await his coming? My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there's no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I'm sure, of how many Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters have longed to return to their newly liberated homeland. You are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and Your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldah's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically. I agree with Your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldah in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Girabanya's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man, I fear. However, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. Then we must consider Uldah's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending your nation's coin not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it's unlikely they'll applaud your generosity. Surely it is not Your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed, then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldah. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. Thank you for your candor. It's good advice. Everyone wants to help the Alamigans, but that's Girabanya's problem now. They're not going to be old people of Uldah anymore. Alright, Sultana's resolve. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Elheim, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust an agent of the East Aldernard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to let you be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetherite in Uldah. Fair journey to you, Elheim, and a swift one, if you please. Alright, let's go see our good friend in Kugane, Hancock. Elheim, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how to best invest the wealth of Ul'dah. My dear Elheim, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you can have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, the man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would be a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Very well, Elheim, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Oh god, we're gonna ask Lolorito. And oh god, we gotta go back to frickin' Waking Sands. Also, we're gonna go talk to the Sultana first. See what she thinks about asking Lolorito for help. I'm sure he would have a good answer. Welcome back, Elheim. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito, and you agreed to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the Monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I'm to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. At least it teleported us here. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had the occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of our meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Seriously, dude.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Oh, you can take the mask off.
There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Ul'dah and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Yes, if a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that. Yes, a quarry town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion. Yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient. And in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local
Clearly, you want me to say the Saltry.
Consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well-versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ons of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders. Just as Your Grace desired.
Olorito sees through, like, everything when it comes to...
A deal is struck then.
I'm sure Olorito is happy to have General Alden stay in Alamigo. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations, but I shall not complain. We have piqued Olorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Elheim. I could not have done it without you. Of course, our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Elheim, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your next return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Securing the Psaltery. Okay. Elheim, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but he isn't sure that he wants to. Tell me something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Psaltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Olorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, at least assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Psaltery's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Elheim? I might need you to fill in the details. And I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Okay. Yeah, there's no teleport at the Psaltery. I was seeing that one, I'm like, that's not the Psaltery. The Psaltery's like right here. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to old Watt this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Psaltery, Grandad. Elheim, tell them about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin under the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queued up to eat anyone when he goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Grandad, we'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly, I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? Aye, I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Elheim? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Well, let's see, we're gonna go kill what, 2 or 3 monsters? Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Psaltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, Elheim, I've got a spyglass here. You can take a closer look at those pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well it can get on. Search your surroundings for Yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a Yagi and inspect it with left click. Okay. That one? One time monster? What type of monster are you looking for? To find the weak point. I don't know where it's gonna be. This thing probably. Oh, need horn. These arms. The neck. The undercarriage. These legs. Near the head. The jaw, okay. That's why it's jiggling, huh? The Yabbi's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. It looks like you found a Yabbi. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Aim for the soft underside of the head. Just hit it as hard as you can. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then, wish me luck. Good luck. Well, we don't have to fight the monsters at all. Nice. This is me at work with my junior developers. Go do that. This is how you do it. Go. I'm gonna stand over here and watch. All right, you go do the actual work. All right. Thanks, Elheim. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's go find something else. I wish it were that easy. I do a lot of work. Speaking of, I can't stay up too late tonight. I gotta get to work a little early tomorrow because I am trying to finish up my projects Thursday and Friday, so because I'm taking off next week. I gotta make sure everything's all settled up before then. I think I can handle the Yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Obads. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, look at these guys. Oh, it's his eyes. Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the eyes! The hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from beyond its brow. Phobad, how does one defeat one of those? Destroy the core within its brow. The core within its brow. Just hit it really, really hard. Yeah. I mean, that's the real answer. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. I love how they let you choose to give him bad advice. It's like, okay, you found the weak point. It's the eyes. What do you tell him? Just hit it, man. You can do it. Get good, noob. not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Elheim. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry that I've been snipped to pieces and fed to the Abbey's hatchlings. I'm not sure how to tell if I get to the end of a patch. I think usually you get a title at the end of pretty much every patch. If I get a title, I'll be like, ooh, this is probably the end. Or there's like a cutscene. There'll be like a full-on cutscene a lot of times, right? I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself. After a bit of instruction from Elheim here, like, once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad, and a fine young man you've become, Whisker. A fine young man, indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folks over in the city drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to become welcome our long-lost countrymen. Seems Whisker has the Saltery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I'll remain here to hammer out our finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asks that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamigan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well. Okay. Okay. This is pretty long for a patch, actually. Like, what are we coming up on? Like, at least like 10 quests, yeah? Or 12?
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern.
Oh, we're almost done.
We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Oh.
Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Execution's not the answer.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
It's interesting that they even ask you questions like that, because like your choices don't actually change the story, do they?
I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
Huh.
Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
If Raban doesn't stay, then who does that leave to rule Alamigo? Like Lys? Pippin? A lot of the big names in Girabanya, like that were in leadership roles, like died already. I mean, they might decide to have like some kind of council or elective process. I don't know. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled, Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta have arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. These are Kilana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kilana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Elheim, you've dealt with these Kilana before. I'd have you at my side. It seems like it would be a good thing. It could also go badly, but I'm just saying like it could be a very good thing. Elheim, Raban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer hath come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we also did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabanya home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that you will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. I let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Okay. That's why the name of the quest is A Blissful Arrival. The ones that worship the Lady of Bliss. Why do I thought it was going to be about him. Why do I have the feeling that we've been welcomed a Viper into our midst? I mean, kind of have. Okay. Alright, so Minus said that was 10 of 11, so there's only one more quest. Here it is. All question marks. Return of the Bull. Dress up Raban. Return. This Kalana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Elheim? The enthralled cannot be trusted. It is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guards must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the scions? Of course. I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Elheim. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. They're not going to summon a primal at the freaking meeting, right? I mean, we take their crystals too. We should be okay. Although, final quest in a patch is usually going to end in some kind of cutscene and crap going to crap. So, this is about to be an interesting meeting, I think. Is crap gonna go with crap? Just think, if I was a little luckier, we could have Kefka floating around with me instead of an accompaniment node. Elheim, I've brought reinforcements. Arnvold told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agree that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalana tribe myself, but Alizé's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accompany them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Ishtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Elheim, do you know the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Alright. Still a resistance guard, even though we've already won. You're with the Scions, miss. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside if you'll follow me. Right, we don't count as the resistance anymore, right? We're like the provisional government guard. Here we go. Elise is certainly dressing the part like she's going to become the new leader. Big throne room.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abaya devote themselves to our faith.
Yeah, no. Oh,
you
shit.
shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Did she, like, swallow a bunch of crystals? What's gonna happen here?
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage.
Elheim? Oh shit. No one thought that maybe... Okay, so there's crystals in the throne room.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Are we fighting her again? Nice. You get her before she finished summoning it? Nice. Oh shit. Okay.
God damn it! The guards were already turned.
Yeah, like I said, the cards are helping them. The guards smuggled crystals in, maybe?
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. expects to die on my steel.
Okay. Oh shit. It's a duty versus a primal? Really? Alright. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. Oh damn it, I think if we think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Elheim? Use the duty action deflect to dissipate the Aether Spheres Lakshmi releases during battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an Aether Sphere will result in failure. Oh boy. Okay. Can I bring this like on my bar? No? Casting Aether Sphere. How does this work? I just get near it? Okay. Just casting Aether Sphere.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Hand of Grace. Okay. Aether Sphere. Oh, he got that one for me. Sweet. Oh shit. Freaking whack-a-mole. I don't know if I should even worry about trying to kill her. Is there a quick hotkey to like use your special ability? So I don't have to click it?
I shall free you from your hate.
Oh dear lord. How long do you have to do this? Okay. You can add to do the action to the hotbar? Okay. Look at this shit.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
And Lise will show up and save the day. Oh, of course. Fordola.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
They're gonna make Fordola a freaking scion. Okay. Like how we're doing mechanics with the NPCs. The hell? Oh, hello. What? Oh, what am I doing here? So they're doing a thing. I'm just kind of standing here. Okay. Moonstone Carbuncle, huh? Why is Raban staying? Yep. Oh, I can't move. Active time maneuver. Tap what button? This one? Oh shit. Freaking raid boss duty. Certainly interesting.
Souls weigh heavy.
Don't have a limit break. Oh, I should have went over there. Shit. This shield we're just gonna sit under.
Here it comes.
Verdola's Aether is building up, huh? Well, Verdola's Aether is running out. And then we won't have a shield anymore. I see, okay. Cool. Well, that was a thing. That's pretty cool, actually. Very unique for a duty so far. Man, I wonder what people's reaction was to that. Like friggin' raid boss duty. Tech for solo duties improves dramatically from Stormblood on. I can see that.
We did it! We beat her!
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Oh yeah, back to the meeting. Oh, Ferdola, yeah.
7 hells. It's her, the Butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
See you, Karanova.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You, I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Stola's an interesting character. Not Stola. Ferdola's an interesting character. Stola is too. I haven't seen much of his Stola this expansion, really. Well fought, Elheim, Arnvald. That was a near thing. I like Arnvald too. Our stand against Kilana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... God, it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We'll take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of Kilana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by Azora. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtola. We'd appreciate the help. And she can just see it. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Rockenford was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up in is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you have chosen, one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I'll see that you're not interrupted. Elheim, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. So, like, if they form as a republic, each of those people represents one of the towns or one of the beast tribes. The person representing actually Alamigo is Lys, I guess, right? Because the resistance holds the town.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government modelled on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
There you go.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave. Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubun Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubun, I am no longer a child. Stay Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies.
So Pippin will stay with Nanamo. That makes sense. He's young enough, right? He's never been really from Alamigo.
So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
All right.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Oh yeah, that's like his main thing.
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. but I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Sweet. Ended on a high note, or are we gonna have another cutscene? It's not over yet. I think it's about time I headed back to Rogger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alize will be eager to hear of the recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Elheim, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Cool. Okay. Let's go turn this in and officially end patch 4.1. Moving ourselves solidly into 4.2. And possibly getting a cutscene. Let's see. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with the thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Ishtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kolyana. You can say that again. The whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make the effort at reconciliation, and these conflicts are ever going to come to an end. Hey, how you playing? Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of Kilyana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under new government, I'll be nominating Ralban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Okay. Here we go. Do we get a cutscene? I think we do. Ugane. Gosetsu! He made it back. Nice. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man and our city of rich merchants. He's still hanging out with her, huh? These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Just like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive and I must return to my master's side. Come, Tsuyu. You shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Why would she want to go back there? She's lucky to be alive. Going back there is probably not the best thing for her. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Ooh. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword? Do not believe everything you read. I heard the Viceroy was merely wounded and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officer should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Are they really trying to say he's still alive? Like, he killed himself, right? Like, did they clone him? Like, small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. Pernicious. Whatever. They would wage war with empty words. Then let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Whose hand is that? Okay. More heroes. That is the end of 4.1. On Sunday, the plan will be to do 4.2 and more Omega. But for now, I do believe that's going to be the end of Final Fantasy tonight. Let's see what our new title is. The Heart's Beat? No. Rabon's left arm. I'm gonna keep the Liberator for now. It's funny. Alright. So, tomorrow night, you can expect some more Nier and some more Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, we should put that on there because that's gonna come up more and more, it seems like. The duty action is starting to come up a lot recently. Duty action 1 and 2. Wow, really? All right, you know what? Let's put these here. We can get at them at least. All right. Yeah. So tomorrow night will be more Nier and Grand Theft Auto, and then Friday night we will be beginning Mass Effect. So Friday night, if I start early, I'll start some Mass Effect, but if not, at 8 o'clock, Des Shire will be starting her playthrough of Mass Effect, which she'll be playing through blind. She doesn't know anything about Mass Effect, and so she'll be playing on Friday and Saturday. During the day on Saturday, I may play some. We'll see. I don't know. I may be busy, but and then Sunday night we'll be doing more Final Fantasy 14, 4.2 MSQ, and more Omega. And then starting next week on Monday, I have taken the week off of work, so all those work days, Mass Effect, and all those nights, Mass Effect, except for Wednesday. Wednesday we're still going to do Final Fantasy 14 at night at the normal time. So I hope you guys like Commander Shepard, because we got a lot of that in the future. But for now, it's after midnight and I have to get up early in the morning. So thanks for watching, guys. As always, I'll see you next time. Bye.